Do it.
He could have
No, if you
hit
can,
the gavel. and I would-
you know, that's not good. Your health is
Yeah, but you might have dropped your little.
equipment.
Happy Saturday morning. A special meeting of the Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board here on Saturday, October 25th. And it is 8:02. Roll call, Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky,
Here.
Vice President Kelly,
Present.
Clerk Wood,
Here.
Trustee Cooper,
Present.
Trustee Christensen,
Here.
Trustee Napier absent, Trustee Sweeney absent, Superintendent Bell,
Present.
and I'm Deanna Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Everyone, please stand for the flag salute and moment of silent reflection. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Item 2, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Public comments? Anyone make a public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to number 4, discussion item, presentation from Teeter Architects and Engineers, update on committee findings. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. As you may recall, about a year ago, the board authorized that we hire Teeter Architects to develop our facilities master plan. And so they are here today, Mr. Robert Thornton, Principal Architect, and Ms. Jamie Miller, Architects for Teeter, to present our findings based on assessments, formal assessments of our facilities, as well as stakeholder input, whether through the Facility Advisory Committee or through surveys or through meetings with the community, and here to present to you where we are in the facility master planning process, as well as the Facility Advisory Committee has had a lot of enthusiasm about discussion of the projects over the last 2.5 years. And so it started to begin the conversation about how to accomplish what's on this master plan once it's finalized. And so we thought it was really important to rope in our board where we were and seek some guidance where we go from here. So I'd like to present to you Mr. Robert Thornton.
Good morning. I had a chance to say hi to a few of you before. If I haven't, I look forward to the opportunity at other times to chat more. Real excited about this time to spend with you. Really appreciate your time. I know school boards have a lot in front of them, facilities being, of course, one of those important issues, but I don't frequently get like a full hour of a school board's time to talk about these things, so appreciate it very much. I just turned it on to green. Sometimes it takes just a sec to... I'm failing already. Oh, because it's not plugged in, that's why. They're amazing and they're magical, but you got to plug them in still.
It's my fail, not yours.
Bingo, we're in business. So as Hojat mentioned, we've been working for some time on the facility master plan. We really had a really great process. We did have a little bit of a change towards the end as we have a new superintendent. I was able to meet individually with Brian and kind of go over this information, and that was partly why I believe they decided this would be a good opportunity to bring the whole board in at this time and review the information we have. So we're going to look at district demographics, campus capacity, talk a little bit about TK and kindergarten because that's big for your district and for many districts. Then we're going to go in and review campus needs as we've seen them, kind of a discussion about those, talk about funding, state, local funding opportunities, and then it's up to us to discuss what's the next steps. Of course, during this whole process, if you have any questions, please ask me. I did not do the demographics. That's not one of my specialties. We hired a firm of Schoolworks who does demographic projections. The demographics for Tehachapi is very similar to what we see in most school districts now. They are either running flat or slightly declining. There has been a previous little boost because of TK and kindergarten, and you'll see that on these projections here. The elementary school is expected to increase. That's the TK influx going in through the elementary school. The middle school in the long term is expected to go down. The high school is also expected to go down. Not dropping off the charts, but go down some. We did update this information here on these slides off of your actual 25, 26 numbers, which were actually a little bit higher than what was projected. So, and I'll be the first one to admit that demographics is not all science. It's science and art. You know, you're trying to project what's going to happen out there in people's minds and development, and it's pretty tough. But I will say a lot of school districts are dealing with the reality of birth rate declines, other things that are impacting school districts, online schools, home schools, immigration, et cetera, et cetera. So what we see here is not something that seems abnormal by any means. Of course, they looked at the new housing developments. There is some growth going on that's being projected in here. But once again, even with the new housing developments, the way houses were loaded before isn't the same that that they're being loaded right now. So you don't generate as many kids per household. These were the new housing developments that they considered, and we reviewed those with the Facility Advisory Committee to make sure we weren't missing any. One thing I will admit on a facility master plan, and I'm not doing this because I want to just hang out with you guys all the time, but a master plan is something that has to be monitored and updated. You know, we do a 5-7 year master plan, but you know, by year 2 or 3, you need to relook at things and evaluate what has changed, what hasn't changed, what new opportunities are there. And so I would really encourage you as we finalize the master plan that we look at the importance of updating it as we go along. This slide's a little hard for me to read from here, but it's a very important slide. This slide looks at the capacity of your schools and the demographic numbers to see where you are in that capacity range. And you want your schools to have some space. You don't want them to feel like, oh, there's tons of open space, but you also don't want to be going up against the max limit on them either. And your elementary schools are pretty good right now, except for the TK, and that's a specialized requirement. But as you go forward into the future, as that TK bubble goes through the middle of your elementary schools, both Golden Hills and Tompkins, they start getting up against that uncomfortable range, which I think can be alleviated by adding some additional TKs right now, which will free up some other spaces for that future need. The middle school and the high school have great amount of capacity. Middle school has too much capacity in some ways. Probably feels a little bit vacant on that. But that's also because of the portables, and there's a lot of things going on in that campus that, as it being a previous high school, that affects that. Any questions on this at all? Yeah.
So when you talk available space, you're basically the space inside our boundaries, right? There's not the current buildings, but our actual footprint space.
This capacity is related to the actual classroom capacity on those campuses
Currently,
currently.
okay, without any additional buildings, but not the footprint of the whole?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's an additional study, whether or not your campus has adequate capacity. The Department of Education has standards that they look at, and for your enrollment levels that are in the 700 range, that capacity is usually around 12 acres, maybe 10 to 12 acres that they would be recommending for the size of your school sites. So it's possibility that Tompkins is a little bit on the shy side. I don't remember the exact acreage on that site, but yeah.
I have a question about Monroe. It says net 8 classrooms. Is that, am I reading that right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Monroe, other schools, Monroe High, it has net classrooms. It has 8
Yes. And so that's the available classrooms on that campus
for that.
for that.
But
Yeah.
right now, it's at Tehachapi High School
Yes.
with one, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's co-located, but those are their classroom spaces. And so those show you, and we'll actually go into a little more detail on some of those numbers for classrooms, because there's how many classrooms are being used as classrooms on a campus, and then there's how many classrooms that maybe were originally intended to be classrooms, but sometimes they've been utilized for other support needs on campuses. Bingo, and we get to that slide next. So we only have this detail on the elementary school. We're still working to get the detail on the middle school and the high school. To be honest, the elementary schools are where you see the vast majority of those classrooms usually, because there's so many special programs, pull-out programs that they do on the elementary school level. And so here you can see in bold on the right-hand side, you have kind of classroom total, teaching stations. Those are the ones that are currently set aside as teaching stations now on those campuses. And then the next one is classroom total, including that are non-teaching stations, the ones that are classrooms, but they're currently not used as teaching stations. And you can see that both of your 3 elementary schools have 10, 9, and 10 classrooms being used for other functions. You know, back in the day, that was like 2 or 3 classrooms. I see frequently getting up into this range here. This is pretty high. I think that's partially because there's available space on the campuses, and so they're using them in an easier way as possible. Some of these might be able to, if you spent money, you might be able to take an existing classroom and divide it into 2 and have it meet the needs of 2 support programs instead of having 1 classroom, 1 support program. But like I said, the capacity on your campuses generally is adequate, that it's been able to support this level of assistance. So now we're looking at the TK kindergarten enrollment. You know, it's obviously, as the program is being brought in, those numbers have been gradually increasing. We're now at the max, generally. And so you're pretty much only going to see slight increases from now on, not major increases. I think, you know, typically you're always going to see more kindergartners than TK. I don't think it's ever going to be kind of equal type of a deal. This is where you really have your biggest capacity issue. is on the TK kindergartens. And even right now, it's, in the majority of circumstances, it's being met by, the TK is being met by taking kindergarten classrooms and using those for the TK kids, which, makes sense. They're the littlest. You want to give them the most specific needs. But to be honest, the kindergartners need specific facilities also. And so in all of your elementary schools, there is a need for 1 to 2 additional classrooms specialized for the TK and kindergarten. And this isn't all of the regulations that are required for TK and kindergarten, but for facility-wise, actually, the Department of Education has the same facility requirements for TK as they do for kindergarten. It does vary on how they're loaded, and the educational requirements are different, but the facility requirements are the same. You're still supposed to have the 1350 square feet, supposed to have an age-appropriate restroom facility, readily accessible, and they have an outdoor playground area requirement also. And so a lot of districts, not yourself being the only ones, you've robbed Peter to pay Paul. You've taken kindergarten facilities, given them to the TKs, and it's left kindergartners in a challenging circumstance. So we're going to walk through each one of the school sites, and I want to reinforce with you what a good job the district did, and this was really led by Hojat on we need to involve the community. I've done I've done a fair amount of master plans. This is probably the most community engagement we've ever done. I mean, we did one meeting at each school site. We did surveys. We did ad hoc meetings. We did community meetings. We covered the bases. And, we got some good response. Some of the elementary schools were great. Got a lot of response. High school, I think the parents get a little more detached by then. I don't know why. We got good teacher response from the high school, but we didn't get as much from the community there. We took all of this information, the surveys, the notes from these community meetings, the meeting with the Facility Advisory Committee, obviously with the facility staff, and we created a long list of needs. And so what you see up here is our long list of needs. And then what you see in bold is what we feel, based upon the community survey, facility advisor committee, your facility department, what we feel are the biggest, most critical needs. And, unfortunately, that's how it is with facility master plans. The amount of needs always outstrip the even somewhat available amount of funding that's out there. And so we always feel like it's important that if we're creating a plan, that it's a plan that has an opportunity to be realized, and that we're not just tossing everything in there and we know there's no way that it's something the district can accomplish within 5 to 7 years. So we try to pull in what we wanted to focus on. And so the high school needs, beautiful high school campus. It's amazing it's hitting its 25 years. It's amazing how time flies. There are different needs related to new construction, modernization, and maintenance type projects. And we kind of put all of them up here because we felt like it was good to identify all of them. The biggest needs for new construction is a new performing arts center and VAPA classrooms. And then the stadium getting onto the high school campus. And that was a tough one. A lot of discussion regarding that, a lot of community feelings about the existing stadium. But overall, it just felt like for the high school, for the students, it's really best for them to have their stadium on their campus. And we also evaluated what it would take to take the existing stadium and bring it up to current codes, and it would be a lot. And it's just kind of like, it's just not worth, I hate to say it, it's not worth the money, you know. Modernization needs, athletic field improvements out there, safety of the students, that was something that was important. The HVAC central plant is getting to that time where it's going to start having bigger and bigger issues. And unfortunately, it's really hard to have the proper team to maintain those old central plants. And so most districts now are switching over from central plants to more standalone package units. They're much more energy efficient than what they used to be, and they also provide that flexibility so that if one classroom goes down, the whole wing's not down. And if you have one day that's chilly in the morning and heats up like crazy in the afternoon, you're not stuck being either hot or cold. You're able to change that. You're also able to change that based upon different rooms. So it gives a lot more flexibility that, unfortunately, you know, when I was in school, you didn't have air conditioning. You know, kids nowadays, they expect to be comfortable all the time. Teachers expect to be comfortable. And kids and teachers learn and teach better if they're in a good, comfortable environment. So it really is better for the overall educational process to go that direction. A lot of maintenance projects, the ones that we bolded doesn't mean like the other ones are not important and the district's not going to do them. They will. A lot of them are just minor enough that it's things that can be accomplished over a typical kind of maintenance type of a project. But a roof replacement at the high school, that's a significant project. That's millions and millions of dollars. And so that's not something that can be accomplished just, you know,
So,
typical maintenance
Robert,
project.
was there a particular roof, or was it all the roofs?
It's just they're getting to that age now. They're not failing, but you got to stay ahead of it, type of a deal. And,
Yeah.
you know, we've done a lot of good, hard work on this master plan, but I hate to say that the really hard work is yet to come. And that's because, you know, this is the high school. We've mentioned 5 projects here. There will be a first project and there will be a last project. And that's true on each campus. And so there's going to be things phased in. So it may be the roofs can hold together for another 5 years or so. So they may be going towards the end of the project list type of deal. But it's important to identify them so that you don't get behind on that maintenance needs.
I had a question for you on that
Yes.
roof. Being in construction, there has to be some kind of an evaluation of that. When you guys had that done, did they give you any kind of a, well, the roof is good for between 5 to 7 years, the roof is good for 10 to 15 years? I know, like on my house, I have that done. They come out and they look at it and, oh yeah, you've got about so many years left. Did we get any kind of an estimation on that, or is that yet to come?
I think that's yet to come. Kirk was helping us on that information, and I don't know, Kirk, if you've had a roof survey specifically done?
Not by outside source, but I believe like the high school, I think it's a 40-year comp roof.
Yeah.
In this climate, to get 40 years out of a 40-year roof is probably highly unexpected.
Yeah.
It's not likely.
Yeah.
So, you know, we start looking at a, 5 to 7 to 8 years out to get it on the list so that we can have that plugged in.
Yeah,
We do have some other sites, and you'll get to them, that
or even more.
they're urgent now.
Yeah.
So we've already exceeded our life expectancy.
Yeah.
And Robert,
Thanks,
one more-
Kirk.
One more thing, if we can go back to your new construction.
Yes.
The replaced portable buildings, performing arts and special education, and it may be somebody else's answer, but I didn't think we had any portables for special education at the high school. Am I wrong? I know we have the performing arts, that one I get, but I didn't think we had any special ed at the high
Right,
school.
we have band, Monroe's out there, the band room, the IS room, in-school suspension room, the drama room.
There used to be home hospital and the portable that has the walkway between them. I don't know what's in there now or if
Yeah.
it's changed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that one.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Thanks for that clarification. Let me make a note of that. Okay, moving on to the middle school. There was a lot of requests for different types of facilities. This one did have portable buildings for special education. There's gym improvements under the modernization. Some of these have been taking place, some of the most immediate needs have been taking place via maintenance projects, but there is an overall need for that gym to be improved. And then the classroom wings, they're just old. They're really old, and they need improvements. This was one community meeting that, boy, you had some wonderful students who showed up and really voiced a lot of concerns about their school, about the condition of it, and I can tell they want to be proud of it, but they really feel like it's kind of just they're being left behind type of a deal. And that's such a critical age, those middle school kids, for them to feel like, hey, we're special, and they feel like, no, we're just in the leftover old facility. This one here, except for the 6th grade wing, has a really dire need for roof replacement.
Robert, real quick, going over just the 2 secondary schools so far. You've talked about stadium performing arts. Is this to bring or potentially bring our campuses up to what is the norm for new construction statewide for performing arts centers and?
Yes, so for the high school, that would be bringing it up to definitely the norm for high school to have a performing arts center. The improvements that we're talking about in the gym and the classrooms, this is just to get it up to an appropriate standard. And I mean, none of your classrooms are like too small and things like that. They're just hammered. The hallways, the restrooms are out of compliance for code and such.
Robert, it says under new construction to replace portable buildings. As working here as principal and vice principal for 8.5 years, I always volunteered to take those portables and donate them to the high school for bonfires at homecoming.
Each football game,
And
they
so
can burn a portable.
What would they be replaced by? Because they're,
A lot of them, actually, you have so much capacity that you just pull the portables and get them gone.
yeah, okay.
It's something, and I'm a frugal person. You don't want to ever throw away anything, but sometimes things are just so bad that you just shouldn't keep them around anymore.
Yeah, and because I know Mr. Gilbert and I years ago walked around, and he asked me what I would want as principal, and I said, I want all those portables gone and make into a bus turnaround, bus drop off. So,
Gotcha. Yeah. So as I mentioned before, with the elementary schools, TK is one of the strong needs. TK and kindergarten classrooms are the need that we have there. This one here, that's what the new construction need is, to get some TK and kindergarten classrooms. There's also a need to modify the lower parking lot with a drop-off and shade for waiting, to have special education classrooms with restrooms in them. One of the maintenance projects, we listed various items: LED lighting, exterior door hardware, HVAC replacement. Cummings Valley, it's well taken care of campus, but it's getting to that age where it's going to need those major things done. That could be an all-encompassing modernization project where you go in and replace those items, lighting, HVAC, and door locks. Golden Hills was a good community meeting, got a lot of input, a lot of people concerned about the campus. This one here, additional classrooms and with restrooms for TK, kindergarten, and SPED. Parking and drop-off area. Those are what we felt were the most major needs on that campus. Once again, there's a lot of items that were identified, but we're trying to go to what we feel are the most significant needs. It's interesting, you know, every school has its culture. And Tompkins, they were such a pleasure to meet with. They were happy. They're like, hey, we're making do. You know, it was hard to get them like, hey, what are your needs? And I could tell there were needs. But, you know, they were just kind of like, no, we're making do, it's fine. It's like, no, come on, tell us, you know, type of a deal. And so we had to work with them a little bit. What we really came up with eventually is, you know, they also need the restrooms, additional classrooms for TK and kindergarten, and restrooms for special education. The parking lot is crazy there. You know, and it's a crazy parking lot, and getting in and out of it is a challenge. I can't imagine. I don't think I was ever there during a ingress and egress kind of a time of day, but I can only imagine how difficult that one must be. You know, as these schools, older schools have grown, you know, we've added portables and stuff like that. A lot of times we haven't been able to take care of restrooms for the teachers. You know, so there's like, you know, 2 restrooms on campus for all these teachers. And they've got no time for breaks. And it's, you know, it'd be challenging circumstances that I would not want to have to work around. So they definitely need additional staff restrooms. It's a possibility as we do additional TK kindergarten classrooms, you could add a staff restroom in there to help alleviate that need. Health offices is another thing that, you know, the health needs and requirements nowadays are so different, accessibility-wise and everything else. You know, schools are making do. They're creating health offices that are not in the office and remote, and it just doesn't really function well for the schools, for kids getting the help they need, parents being able to get their kids appropriately and stuff like that. So that was a big need on the Tompkins campus. It's a need, but it's not as urgent. That's correct, right, Kurt? Tompkins roof is not as urgent.
Not near as urgent as JMS and TBC, for sure.
This list here just kind of pulls them all together on one slide. It's all the ones that we've kind of talked about. So, you know, the list only tells part of the story. The big story is, what is this going to cost? And, you know, these are very preliminary numbers. We, of course, put contingencies in there because there's a lot of things that, you know, you don't know what you're going to find until you start digging into projects. We've developed what a construction cost would be for these, and then we do what's called a project cost. That wraps in all of the, what we typically call soft costs, engineering fees, Division of State Architect fees, inspector fees, potential change orders during construction, some amount for furnishings and equipment and things like that that go on with the projects. These projects are not escalated to when they would happen because that's our next step. We haven't finalized this list and started creating what I call an implementation plan. You know, which one of these projects will happen in year 1 and 2, which will happen in year 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Our inflation has gone down, hasn't gone down. It's not increasing as much as it has been in the past. Previous years, we were seeing 10% or more escalation from one year to the next. We're much more down in the 3 to 4% range right now, but there's talk that the tariffs may have a bigger impact and things may go up to 6 or 8%. But when we start identifying when these projects happen, we will put an escalation factor in there so these costs will be escalated to when we're expecting them to happen. So you can see, you know, even that minor list that we developed is $125 million, which is a crazy, huge amount of money. You know, I think back to the first elementary school I did 20-some years ago, it was $10 million. You know, the one that Jamie did for Panama Buena Vista, and I'm not blaming you, Jamie, I had my hand in it also, 75 million. It was a TK8, so it was a bigger campus. But the other kindergarten, or not kindergarten, but elementary school I have going up in Madera right now, it was 45 million. And those are construction costs, not project costs. So, you know, this is equivalent to, you know, building 2 elementary schools, but it's taking care of the most significant needs across all of your campuses. Any comment back there?
We're just eyeing the.
Robert, just for comparison, what's a comprehensive high school, 175 right now, probably?
Oh, it's more than that.
Over 200?
Yeah. Yeah, Clovis Unified's new high school that they built, it's like $400 million.
Yeah, but Clovis does it.
Yeah, they do.
Robert, how old are these numbers? I mean, were we talking 6 months or within the last 30 days?
These numbers are within the last 30 days.
Okay. And was it 3 to 4% current rate increase per year, correct?
These are today's costs.
Yeah, but what you're expecting is 3 to 4?
I would be plugging in like a 4% escalation.
Okay, thank you.
So funding sources, how do we make this happen? You know, obviously there's, I don't know if it's obvious, anything's not obvious with the state. State modernization eligibility, new construction eligibility, developer fees, local bonds, alternate funding sources like ELOP and things like that. As far as the district, you have modernization eligibility. You currently don't have new construction eligibility. To be honest, there's not many districts that have a lot of new construction eligibility. Things have to be growing significantly to make that happen, you know, partly because of the declining demographics, but also when they look at your capacity on your campuses, most of the time, all of those classrooms that are being used for other uses, they're only planning on like 3 or 4 of those being used for other uses. And so they're looking at those other 6 as available capacity that you have on your campuses. Each one of your campuses has eligibility, which is great. There's the state share, the local share, and then the total. The state recently had some concern about smaller districts needing more assistance. So it used to be a 60% match. They've gone up to 61%. They're taking care of us.
Robert, is that prior to the lawsuit being filed, or is that after the lawsuit was filed? Because there's currently a lawsuit stating just that the smaller districts are not getting their fair share?
I think this was before.
Okay.
So I don't know if anything else will come from that. It can go up to 62%. I have some really small districts, Golden Plains, out in San Joaquin and Tranquility, they would be 62%. So Cummings has about $6 million of total eligibility, Golden Hills 7, Tompkins 6.5, middle school 10.4, Tehachapi High School 18.5, Ed Center about $500,000. The unfortunate thing about how state funding works the last 10 years, the state has gotten so far behind on their ability to fund school projects that basically the school district has to fund it all themselves. Then they put in their funding application to get their reimbursement. In the past, 12 years ago or so, you put in your funding application and got your money 3 months later. Now you get your money 2 to 3 years later. But you have to get in line or you won't get it. So the bond that the state of California voters passed in 2024, the modernization eligibility is gone already. The money that was set aside for modernization is gone. The new construction money is still there. So, but people are hopping in line so that the next bond, their projects will get funded. And I've never had a district who hasn't had the project funded if they got in line for it. It just means you have to wait. When we consider how we implement projects, I'm an optimistic person by nature. I'm not foolish, but I'm optimistic. I will put in our plan when we believe that funding would become available. But at the same time, that's why it's so important to update your master plan frequently. And I would never start a project until I had the money in the bank. I don't mind planning that it'll be coming, but I won't start those next projects till we get that money from the state. And that's kind of how it works, is you start your first projects, and then when those projects get reimbursed, you use that money to start your next round of projects. Bonds and bonding capacity, you have significant current bonding capacity. Of course, that is dependent upon your voters and how much you feel is appropriate, if you even feel like a bond is appropriate, and how much you feel like they might support. There's definitely, I think, the ability to show a strong need to the community.
Robert, could you explain what bonding capacity means?
They look at the assessed evaluation of your area, and is it 2.5%?
I thought it was two, something like that.
Yeah, anyway, there's a certain percent of that assessed evaluation that is your bonding capacity that you can go to the voters and ask for permission to sell bonds, and then your voters who own property will then repay that with their taxes. I always, I always try to reinforce to the local communities and that, the state, passes a state bond, but for a district to really take advantage of that state money that's out there, that potentially your taxpayers voted for that state money, to do that, they have to have their local share also. So you really need both, the local bond and the state bond to create your facility program. If the state money's there, you have that $25 million of eligibility. If you don't have your own local money to go get that, you can't get it. So you kind of need both. Bonds can happen in 2026 or 2028. March is too soon, and 2026, and it's not typically the best time for passing bonds. November, I know some districts are considering a November bond. I know a lot of districts are considering a 2028 bond. But that's just really up to you guys and your own community. Yes.
All right, there we go. Just to break it down into like layman's terms, when you're saying a bond, that's like, I need to borrow money, so I'm going to come to you as the bank. And you're going to say, I'll loan you the money, but you got to get these other people to pay for it. And that's where the taxpayers come in. They say, yeah, we'll support that bond. We'll pay for Dana to build this thing, whatever it is, to refurbish all of our schools. So then the public says, yeah, we want that, so
Right.
we're going to go ahead. We agree to that tax increase.
Yep.
And you say, well, since we got the tax increase, I'll give you the money.
Right.
And then you get paid back by the tax increase, not by the ones that you loan the money to.
True.
In theory.
Yes, yes.
Right?
You're being paid back by the
Taxpayers.
the tax increase by the taxpayers.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Robert, real quick before we leave that one.
Just wanted to make sure you know, Dana, I'm not going to loan you that money. It's going to be somebody else.
He's saying it today, that tomorrow's a possibility, always a possibility. What is the percentage acceptance rate or positive results from an election for an off-presidential versus a presidential?
You know, you'd want to discuss that with bond counsel. They know that kind of information. I've been really surprised or appreciate so many of the communities support their local bonds. You know, they have that tie to the local school districts. Their kids are there. You know, the typical pass rate on a bond that is being done appropriately, you know, it's up above 70, 80%. I mean, not the amount of voters who, usually they're approved in that, you know, it has to be 55% voter approval, but of all the local bonds that go out in a tax year, usually 75 to 80% of them are passed. So most communities, if, you know, you have a good connection, relationship with the community, they support you. The big thing is doing the right amount. And that's where it really takes a good bond counsel who will do some bond surveys and things like that. I will counsel you, you know, these are important projects that we're listing. You do not want to do a list of projects like that for your bond and say, hey, pass this bond, we're going to give you all these projects. There's too many unknowns. You would not want to make that kind of a promise to your constituents. You would want to listen to what kinds of projects that they want to support and make sure you have good general description in there about, we're going to be taking care of, you know, classrooms, improving classrooms, roofs, and things like that. That gives you flexibility to do the kind of projects that we envision, but you don't want to tie your hands with that.
If I can add, some of the trustees are aware of this, some aren't. When I was interim superintendent in 1819, I went to the CSBA convention in San Francisco and listened to a superintendent from Lincoln School District. And I called him after the convention, and he advised me, we talked, and he said, Tashby sounds a lot like Lincoln, very conservative. And they learned to do one new project and one modernization project.
Right.
And that was it. Passed.
And that they focused that and then made
And
it
2 or 3
pass.
years later, they did the same thing. 2 or 3 years later, they got, in his words, a little greedy, and it failed. And I think that strategy is something that we need to consider.
Yeah.
And it's going to be tough because there's so many needs.
Yeah. And, you know, every community is different. Kern County is more conservative. I know we work a lot with Panama, Buena Vista. Their previous CBO worked closely with the, what's the tax association? Sorry? Yeah. Just to make sure that they understood what the needs were, how they were structuring their bonds to be as, to minimize interest and taxes and stuff like that, and, you know, try to work together with those, you know, people who have concerns about the taxes.
I used to live in the Panama Buena Vista district before I moved up here, lived there for over 20 years. And, yeah, you could see in my property tax, this bond, this bond, this bond. The Kern High District, they just opened up a pool this week.
Right.
By Highland High School.
Big, amazing.
So, Kern County does care about their education.
Yep.
And I hate to say this, but Tehachapi needs a little more prodding. And maybe we need to be a little, look what they did at Highland High School, look what they did in the swimming center by Independence High School.
Yeah.
And all the modernization that they did. I mean, Arvin High School, I used to officiate high school football, and we'd go to Arvin High School for an example, and just, but they were one of the first schools to get modernization, and now it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's what we need.
I think the approach, like you say, living up here, the weather is harder on things, for a new roof and for drop off and pick up because we've got snow, that we want it better for our kids. And I think an approach like that, I think would be modernization, that we do have really old schools, and approach it that way. These aren't just whims like, oh, we want this, we want that.
No.
These are desperate needs that we need. And like I say, roofs and things like that, they don't last as long, like Kirk was saying, look at your own roof. I have rentals, and man, I have a lot of leaks all the time. It's really hard up here with these flat roofs. When they get snow and things like that. And were they the best designs? I don't know. I didn't design them, but,
Yeah, and, communities like Tehachapi are wonderful communities. They want the community to thrive. You need kids for a community to thrive. If you don't put your money into good schools, families are not going to want to move in and bolster up the community. So it's important that, back in the day, nobody thought about, taking my kids out of their home school, going someplace else. That happens all the time. Parents decide so much more now where they're going to live based upon what those schools are like. And unfortunately, a lot of times, they don't judge it by the quality of the teachers and principals. They judge it by what that school looks like as they drive by it. And, I've done a lot of projects, and I remember doing a great modernization on this elementary school. Actually, it was a high school campus in Riverdale. Modernized the science rooms, did all this great projects, really making it better. We did, at the very end, a little beautification thing on the outside of the school. That's the thing that made the biggest impact on the community. Like, oh, yes, they're taking care of our school. Like, what? We spent millions in here. We spent $500,000 out here, and that's what made the biggest thing. So when you think about those projects, you got to balance it, but you got to give the community some eye candy. There's got to be something that they see there that's like, oh, yeah, they made a difference. I really appreciate you guys asking questions during the process. That makes it a lot easier for me, but do you have any other questions?
I do. The east side of this campus wasn't mentioned.
No.
And that classroom space, working with the state, that's going to be a factor. All those empty classrooms, I don't remember how many there are, I'm going to guess 16, 18.
Yeah, and because there's not a need for additional classrooms, we felt like it wasn't worth trying to spend money on these here because all of the other existing facilities have adequate capacity.
But then I see your, the housing construction, it's nearly 100% Tompkins area.
Yes,
And so
Tompkins is
then
going to be impacted.
we have to decide, do we redraw the lines? Do we make, and stagnant, slightly declining enrollment? It's hard to open up the rest of this campus
Yeah.
for TK2, whatever.
We did talk about the TK approach, because there's some districts that will do a standalone TK area, and I felt like the discussion we had was, we felt like having the TK classrooms dispersed and in each one of the elementary schools was the best approach.
Yeah, the way this district's spread out, I agree.
Yeah.
It's just, if I was a parent living in Bear Valley,
Yeah.
I do not want to have my little 4-year-old coming all the way over
Exactly.
wherever.
Yeah,
And it kind of,
yeah,
defeats the purpose of neighborhood schools.
yes. Yeah, that's a good point. So our next step in this master plan process, if you're willing and wanting, is to create an implementation plan. You know, what are the highest needs and how are we going to fund this? To know that, we have to determine, is the board interested in considering some type of a bond, local bond? Obviously, we don't know for sure that if it'll pass or not, but it's to create some sort of plan. So I guess I see kind of two paths ahead right now. One, we just, as a board, you decide, yep, we want to do a bond. We get some bond council information and we decide, yep, we're going to go for a $30 million bond, or we're going to go for a $60 million bond, or whatever the case might be. And then we develop an implementation plan based on that. Or if you feel like that's not something you're appropriate to do at this time, we can take these projects and indicate tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. These are the highest priority projects. These are the second priority projects. These are the third priority projects. It won't be as detailed of a plan forward, but then when the district is able to come up with whatever funding mechanism you decide you want to do and how and when, we could update the master plan based upon those priorities and that implementation. So I'm interested in any kind of feedback. It doesn't have to be right now, obviously, but any feedback in that area, because that's really kind of where we're at on the master plan right now, is to kind of create that final list. And typically what we would do is we would create either that implementation plan or that tiered list, and we would come back to you in a board not a workshop, but in a board meeting and present that as our draft master plan for your review and any revisions you want, and then we'd come back with a final master plan. One thing I will mention, and Tehachapi is ahead of the game here, this last bond that they passed in 2024, one of the requirements for receiving funding from the state for any project, whether new construction or modernization, is to have a facility master plan. And so you guys are in the enviable position of you could have a facility master plan approved here within the next couple of months. Superintendent Bell, when we met before, we discussed your facility advisory committee, and we also discussed a steering committee. To me, they're potentially very similar. A lot of times almost every time I do a facility master plan, there is a steering committee or a facility advisory committee that is there to represent the various kind of constituents of elementary schools and teachers and board members and maybe community members and facility and such like that. We did meetings with the facility advisory committee. I don't know if you want to have them be continued in this, if you want to expand that group to include even more people. There is an important aspect about about facility master plans. You really need kind of a good broad-based support for that master plan for it to happen. Obviously, it needs the support of the board, but superintendent, facilities, even at the school levels, you need that support. Especially if you're considering a local bond in the future, you really want to have kind of champions of that master plan throughout the organization. And sometimes an expanded facility advisory committee or a steering committee, and working with them to maybe create this final prioritization list, because it's going to be a little bit challenging, because, you know, every elementary school may not be the first one and stuff like that, to get them to come together and decide, yep, this is what we want, and that way you have the basis for good, broad support for your facility master plan, and if you consider a bond in the future, it could also provide that support for a bond.
Yeah, I know that Hojent and I had a meeting this past week with respect to our FAC, and then they want to know kind of what's the next for that subgroup. And I see our FAC group being part of that transitional group, right, for that steering committee. That would help us, number one, put together that priority list, right? And then as we continue to consider whether we move forward with a bond, utilize that subgroup and even expand that subgroup if we need to. It's just that they've done a lot of work to this point, and I think their commitment
They have
to
a
the
lot of
district.
historical knowledge.
Absolutely, and their commitment to the district and wanting to see this, I mean, what they've put together already is absolutely fantastic. So their input is still vital to our success. Yep.
Okay.
Being part of that committee, I think I would like to see the steering committee come out of that, because they are going to be the biggest cheerleaders for any changes. And I think that's the ideal way to go. Obviously, with some board ideas, not necessarily direction, but board input beyond myself. I think for them to come out of that is our best option.
And if you don't mind me tossing out one thing, I think twice I've done facility master plans now where they actually had a student be part of that steering committee. And I found it very beneficial, and thought they provided valuable input. It was a high school student. I can't remember if it was their, school president, school board president, not school board, but the ASB president type of a thing. But I thought that was a nice aspect. And once again, it builds that broad base that you need for support for a facility master plan, that I think is very beneficial. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I feel bad. Usually I draw and mark and stuff like that. I didn't get to today.
While we're transitioning out, I would like a reminder of what our 2000 bond was and what our shortcomings were on that one, if that's the time and place.
On the previous one.
Correct. And I guess while we're still in transition, I think my biggest takeaway, and I think I've lived here the least out of all of you, my biggest concern, besides the money and that, is how do we enhance our nostalgia with our modern needs? I think that's a big one for us.
I mean, a lot of this is basic needs, and we really need to approach it that way. I mean, we've got to bring these schools, it's not a whim. It's not a whim. I know, people are still bitter over not having a performing arts center, not getting the football field, everything in that bond that you're talking about. We fell short on it, and I don't know, like I say, it was right when I was coming on the board. There was a fault up there, and so that made the building more expensive, and just anybody that builds anything, they know different things come up. That was a pretty big one, but we need to approach this as this is basic. This is, this is part of our community, and we don't have the money to put new roofs and things like that. I mean, we can do what we can do. We do have some money. It's not like, but these are basic needs, and our kids deserve it, and I really think that's the approach. Like, the past is the past. This is right now. Those kids of all, whatever, that didn't get it have moved on, but there was that bitterness, and I just hope that we can overcome it, because it's the past, and now is now, and our kids deserve basics.
I agree. One thing in our favor, we can tell the community, we paid off the bond. And then we had a previous CBO refinance it to save the district money. You remember that? The sixth grade wing was built through developer fees, and that was, we had the contingency fund, which we did have to dip into, but that finished under budget. So we have a history of following through
Right.
with our commitments, and that's
Right.
what we need to sell to the community. Okay, we're ready to go to item. Thank you so much for your time. Oh, thank you. Item 5, Board Business, Board of Trustees Workshop on Board Governance. We'll take a 10-minute break at 9:08. Ms. Barnes, if you could note, trustee Sweeney entered at 8:19. Trustee Sweeney arrived at 8:19, 8:13, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I had 8:13.
8:13. I'm just going to. We are resuming our special meeting at 9:23. And I'd like to welcome our friends from Schools Legal, Abby Affont, Mark Pafford, and our management analyst, Jamie Henderson. And with that, we're going into item 5, Board of Trustees Workshop on Board Governance. And I did mention it after I adjourned to go to the recess, but I don't know if it made it to the recording or not, but Trustee Sweeney came at 8:13. At 12:03, I am adjourning this board meeting workshop.